hello, hello. We have audio. We have. Let's see if we have video. Twitch. We have video. And I can see chat. So, when you have audio and video and I can see chat, that means we have a stream. All right. I hope everyone is having a good day. Oops, I need to turn the volume off on my iPad, my monitor. All right. So you guys don't get an echo. And what I'm doing right now is feeding these uniques we picked up yesterday afternoon into my pets.
Of course, I will help wherever I am needed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Oop, not that one. This one. Okay. So, yesterday, in each session, in 2 sessions, I do 1 session and then I have a midday break and then I do a second session. We got all the way up to the M's as far as fixing their Infinity systems. Since the Infinity system changed, we have to go back and reset everything, set it all back up. And what I've found so far is, because of the way I equip my heroes, that I've pretty much been able to go the complete damage route with the Infinity system. Because I give all of my ranged characters approximately 35% damage reduction and approximately 25k health. My meleeers, I give approximately 45% damage reduction and approximately 27.5 health. And because of that, and because Cosmics is so easy, I've been able to just go all damage in the Infinity system. Now, when the Omega system comes into play, the Omega level of difficulty, then perhaps each character that I play, each hero that I play, I will have to go back and change up the Infinity points a little bit. I may have to give them some more survivability from inside the Infinity system until I get geared up enough to reach the numbers that I think are acceptable for the Omega level of difficulty. But as it stands right now, all of my characters easily can do Cosmics, so I've been glass cannon them. I've been giving them all damage in the Infinity system, pretty much. And Magic here is no exception. She's got more health than she needs, considering she's a ranged summoner, and her damage reduction is close enough. This is a little low, this is a little high, so there you go. They even out. So the first thing I've been doing is trying to get all of their movement speeds up to about the same. So every time I switch to a different character, they feel like they're moving about the same speed. And I've been getting between 380 and 400. She's 350, so I definitely need to give her about 10% more. That puts her at 385. I'll give her 3 more points. Why? Because, not 3 more, but 5 more. That puts me at 100 here. And I get to pick up this +1 to all attributes. And that puts me at 394. Yeah, the only reason I can go straight offense with the Infinity system is because of the way I have equipped my heroes. Every time I equip a hero, I make sure that I meet the criteria of how much damage reduction I think they should need and how much health I think they should need for the level of content that I'm playing. And right now, I'm playing the cosmic level of difficulty, which is the highest level of difficulty. And I have found that ranged 35% and ranged 25k works very well. And melee 45% and melee 27.5 works very well. And so, since pretty much all of my characters are that way, all 62 of them, then with the Infinity system, I can just enhance their damage. I've had no issue whatsoever. I had one character yesterday that was a little short on damage reduction for a melee character, and I did bump them up a little bit in defense. So I had one character that I gave a little defense to, but that's pretty much it so far. And I've been through half. I've been through half the roster at this point. So, all right, I got her up to the speed where I like. She's fighting and energy. So, we want all the crit. We want all the brutal. And then between the fighting and energy, fighting gives me more crit. Energy costs spirit cost reduction. And so with energy, I'll give her 6. No, I won't. Start to say I'd go get my free attribute. Yeah, I guess I could. I'll give her 6 so that I get my free +1 to all attributes. But I'm going to put everything else into fighting because it increases my critical hit strike. But I do want to see how spirit feels. In other words, I want to see if I'm spirit neutral, spirit starved, spirit abundant. All right. According to this, I'm just a little bit spirit starved, but when I'm hitting a training dummy non-stop without issue, it's gonna cost you more spirit than out there in the real world. The reason being is, how often can you just stand still and never move? There's the Titan fight in Hightown. If you're at range, you never have to move. Actually, if you're at melee, you never have to move either. If you get right under his legs. But in most all other fights, you're having to move. And that gives you a chance to regen spirit. So I would say she's probably just perfect where she is. So what did we end up with then? We know we've got the survivability. So our attack speed ended up well over 20. I prefer being over 20. My mental crit is 54.4. My critical damage is kind of low. It's only 7k. Brutal strike's 40. So we've got a lot of brutal strike. And our mental damage is kind of low. It's only 3,300. Our base damage goes over 332%. And not really any ranged additional. So, like my other summoners, she's a little bit low on damage, but that's because she has 7,655 summon damage rating. So, she's not going to do as well as another ranged hero, but when you add in all the damage that her summons are doing, then it probably equals back out. When I say probably, it's because I don't do the spreadsheets. I don't do the calculations. I don't beat on the training dummies with a timer. And so I believe she's just like my other 61 characters, is in good shape. Like I said, she personally isn't doing a lot of damage, but when you add in her and her summons, add them all together, she should be right there with everybody else. And that's magic. Magic, magic, magic. Now, at one point, I was going to go back and look at Kitty Pryde's build with Lockheed. I can do that now before I move on. I think I will. We went through Kitty Pryde yesterday. But I was a little disappointed that after the changes they made, I was unable to build the same way I did before they made the updates. But I didn't want to completely rule out Lockheed. See, this is the way I played her before the biggest update ever. I played her fists and phase. No swords, no dragon. Because this was the only way I knew her in the Marvel Universe. I only knew her from the movies, where she went through walls, she punched with her fists, and phased people under the floor. So that's the way I built her before the biggest update ever. After the biggest update ever, the talents led me to using Lockheed. And I liked it. I enjoyed it. But then after their update Friday, they scrambled some things up, and I couldn't get what I had. So I went back to the old throw Lockheed away. I don't know anything about him anyway. And so that's how I came back up with my fists and phase. But since I enjoyed playing with Lockheed, even though I'm unfamiliar with Lockheed, after building her back the way as she was, I was a little disappointed. So I thought, hey, let me give the other build a try anyway. So I'll activate build number 2 here. I still want to play her ranged. I don't want to play her melee. If possible. I still need the vulnerability. I'll still need my signature and my steroid. Well, we'll see what I can come up with. There's my vulnerability. Oh, no, I don't play her ranged. For some reason, I was thinking of magic for a second. I'll still play her melee because I'm at... You'd think, well, you said 45. Well, oh, you're right. She doesn't get the +8 for being in melee. We'll have to see. I gave her some exception yesterday because, okay, she was only at 40 and not 45, and only 23 and not 27.5. But because she's invulnerable about half the time, well, not half the time, that's an exaggeration, but because she's invulnerable a lot of the time while you're going through her rotation, I found it acceptable that she lacked in damage reduction and health. Though I did get 1 or 2 shot once yesterday, and not knowing why. I was in there fighting, all of a sudden, bam! I went to 0 health. I thought, okay, where'd that come from? And that's something you have to really... That's something as a melee player you have to be aware of. At range, you pretty much don't have to worry about that. But at melee, if you all of a sudden get focused by multiple cosmic bosses at the exact same time for whatever reason, could just be RNG, or you're the only one there, there's nobody else for them to focus on. But she got taken down real fast once yesterday, and a lot of that, and you could bump up your health, you could bump up your damage reduction. When we look at the Infinity system in a minute, I might do that, but yesterday I didn't really. All right, so we've got our vulnerability. Let's do these. Okay. His Lockheed does twice as fast and 50% crit. Half of them crit. If you want pure Lockheed, you'd go this way. But I'm only using Lockheed to lay out one power, his damage layer, while he himself is a second damage layer. So I'm using this to give me 15% more damage across all my other powers. So I'm probably back to Heart Strike. And my area clear was her Quicksand. It's my area clear power. So I'm pretty much exactly the way the other build is, except I'm using Lockheed, and I've got this Lockheed power instead of Shadow and Flame. And the reason I need this one power is I need his damage over time. See there, energy damage 3.867 or 3,867 twice per second. I need that damage over time to trigger the 15% more damage to all my other powers. All my non-Lockheed powers. So this one damage layer, and again, Lockheed is also a damage layer that's a fire and forget. It's not even a fire and forget. You just forget. He's constantly doing his damage over time. I mean his spits. But this triggers, this is like having a mini steroid. My big steroid's over here. This is my mini steroid that says, if I keep this up hit once every 8 seconds, I'm going to do 15% more damage with everything else. Okay. This turns spitballs into a larger area of effect. It increases its area of effect by 50% more. So if its radius was 5, now it's 7.5. And his Lockheed's cost reduction. So he's able to do more longer. Nope, I can't add a cooldown to Quicksand because that's my only area clear power. I like phased out lasting longer. But let's look at this. So this can give Lockheed 20% more damage, generates him more energy, and when I use phased out, he gets another 20% more damage for the duration of phased out, which is, well, for 4 hits. The effects of the talent are doubled for 10 seconds when you use phased out. Oh, for 3 seconds. I'm increasing the area of effect on spitballs. Oh, here we go. So this guy's only increasing this one power and his normal spits that he's constantly doing by 20%. And then 40% for 3 seconds, every 30 seconds. But it does generate some energy, Lockheed energy. It sounds kind of underwhelming, undervalued, as opposed to being able to hit 6 times with the signature instead of 4. It doesn't sound like it even comes close. I don't know. I guess if you were doing a lot more with Lockheed, it might be of value. But I'm only doing one thing with Lockheed. A dot. So I'm thinking this is still my best bet, the way I use Lockheed. I don't go full Lockheed. I'm just using them to get the 15% more damage to all my other powers. But if you went down this route and used a lot more Lockheed powers, this one would probably be beneficial. But I'm using him as a fire and forget, not as an actual partner. Though this might be a better area clear power. Doesn't have a cooldown. 17.7 twice per second. Instead of quicksand, quicksand's 35.8 twice per second. And a weaken. Poor Lockheed. Why would anyone ever use this for an area clear? 17.7 twice per second. When this one does double the damage and weakens them and slows them. What were the devs thinking? Well, it is ranged. You could do it from far away. You don't have to be up in their face. But is ranged, the ranged, plus it's costing energy. Range survivability worth? Double the damage? I don't know why anybody'd ever use this for an area clear power when you got twice the damage plus a slow plus a weaken. Now it could be that this thing is way over budget, because this thing's doing 70, almost 72K to an area of effect plus slow plus, yeah, I think this is one of those accidents. They accidentally made this do too much damage. I bet this is unintended. Squirrel Girl had a power like this, and they fixed it. But the interesting thing is, Kitty just now came out of the update. So, if they fixed Kitty, why do you think they gave her a power that's way over budget? All I can think of is it must have a real tiny area of effect. Let's switch to my other so that Lockheed doesn't drive me crazy when I'm trying to figure out what the area of effect is. Step right in the center. In the center. I guess that's close enough to the center. Alright. Let's see what the area of effect is on this, I believe to be over budgeted power. Wow. Yeah, it's over budget. I thought the only reason I could think of for it to have such a high amount of damage is it was a very narrow radius. But it's not. It's a big radius. So I can't guarantee that this is going to stay 36K twice per second. There's no cooldown. It's channeled. I don't know why I'd ever want to use this for a even for single target. Well, the movement. The movement's important on this one because it makes you harder to hit when you keep popping from one side to the other every few seconds. But it also makes you susceptible to accidentally. Sorry about that. I noticed my television box was on and I'm not watching TV, so I turned it off. But this also makes you susceptible to, you're behind the guy and you're punching, and all of a sudden he throws out his big cone in front of him where everybody scatters. Or in the case of Juggy, he's about to charge this way and you're behind him hitting on him, and all of a sudden whoosh, you throw yourself in front of him just as he charges. So this is also a dangerous power because of you never know when it's going to throw you to the other side of him. It's unpredictable. And I'm sorry about Jubilee, but they haven't given me the ability to disable away powers. But see how she just randomly goes to the other side? Which sometimes can get you defeated. But if I could use this as my single target and area target clear, because it does way more damage. Granted, I can't move. But look at the crazy amounts of damage this does. This won't stay that way, people. See, it's not costing me any resources or anything. There's no reason to ever use this power. Of course, I still need to use my regular rotation, everything else. But this does so much more damage than this guy does. It's insane. At no cost. That is a error on their part. Squirrel Girl had a power that was similar to that. It didn't do this much damage. And they fixed hers. So I can't see this staying. And why anybody would ever want to put a cooldown on it. One of these powers one of these talents gives here quicksand gets 75% more damage. Its area of effect goes up another 50%, but now it has a cooldown. You only have a 2-second channel. Unless you use the dragon for your area clear and use this just as a, I don't know why. All right, let's finish what we were working on here. Yeah, I think I was explaining that if you used more of the dragon, this might eventually be worth it, but I can't see it right now. The Lockheed energy generation is probably pretty nice, but I only use one power. And it uses 78.5 Lockheed energy. And if I only use it once every 8 seconds, because that's its duration, then I'm playing optimally. My issue is, since it doesn't have an 8-second cooldown, I don't exactly play optimally. I'll accidentally hit it every few seconds or so, which is okay because it does do some damage. 8.8. You see it. 8750 through 13124 energy damage. So on the final, this is the one we explained yesterday, how you'd have to use both Watch Your Step and Phasing Samurai to ever get it to stack up to 2 times. And I'm not one for sword play. And then martial arts phases through the target and the next hit. I used this in my other build because martial arts combo was my single spender. But yesterday I didn't notice this power being over budgeted by a lot. Buddy system becomes free. Line of fire. So there's the buddy system. Line of fire. Have Lockheed dash forward, spewing fire as he goes. Oh. I don't use either of those powers. So if you're going straight down the Lockheed, that probably works well. I'm not going to add Phasing Samurai to my build. So, there we go. So the only difference between this build and the other build is I'm using Lockheed as a damage layer and using his spitballs as another damage layer plus a boost, a mini steroid to all my non-Lockheed powers, which is everything on the bar except the orange fireball.
Downtime, my old frenemy. I remember you well.
Infinity system. Okay, the Infinity system is still the same as it was. Okay, I forgot to redo this for my other build, because the summon power damage didn't really do anything on my other build. There. So this is exactly where I was yesterday, except this time I've got a dragon with me instead. So she's probably going to play about the same as she did yesterday. No, I don't want to go to the raft. Probably going to play about the same as she did yesterday. Except this time I've got 2 more damage layers and a steroid, a mini steroid. So all the bosses are down. There's, what's his name, Crossbones.
Your struggle is futile.
Let's bring out my team up. That was a perfect timing for my signature while he was doing his earthquake or whatever it's called. Because I went invulnerable. Again, he's timing his earthquakes at the same time that my signature goes up. So he must have a 30-second cooldown on it. And I need to pick up a little health now. So she works just fine. Both ways. Whether I'm playing her so if I want to play her with the dragon, okay, it wasn't my cosmic item dropped. I just accidentally picked it up. So I could play her with the purple dragon or play her without the purple dragon. Doesn't seem to matter. Let me think about that a second. All right. With the dragon, I get 15% boost to these guys. Plus, I get the dot from the dragon, and I get his auto spits from the dragon. So it's 2 extra damage layers and 15% more damage to everything else. This guy I get 10% more damage to everything, but no damage layers from Lockheed. So this one doesn't seem like it's going to do as much damage. Well, I did lose my execute. I've got an execute on this build that I don't have on this build. But if I wanted an execute, I could use Logan style instead of Heartbreaker. So I could put an execute in this. This one always crits and has a stun. This one's just an execute every 4 seconds. This one always crits, and so this does more damage to start with, and then this does more damage the lower health they get. This eventually surpasses this. So you could throw the execute on here if you want. And even throw some extra crit on it with this guy. But this does something to Quicksand. Quicksand transforms into Shadowcat's Pirouette. Pirouette, however you pronounce that. Yeah. See, this is more typical of an area See the damage on it? Physical damage, 1421. This is more typical of a area of effect power with a buff, a debuff. 2 per second, 14 to 21. Now compare that to quicksand. It added a slow, and look at the damage. This one's 72k per second. This one's 42k per second if you reach max. If it always dealt the top end. And does not have an attack speed and a slow. The slow attack speed and slow movement speed. 72k per second. So, guys, don't get used to that. It will not stay that. I have a feeling they're going to drop that to about half that. Somebody was thinking 35,840 per second. And they typed that number in, not realizing that it's going to be affected twice per second. So I have a feeling this thing is doing either twice as much damage as they meant it to do, or even more than that. So I have a feeling that won't stay. But I'm going to leave her this way. Because the other way doesn't sound as good, does it? The other. This one. This guy's giving me 10% more damage over my rotation. And does one pretty good size hit. Well, the nice thing about this is now I know when to reapply my vulnerability. Oh, it's got a cooldown on it. Yeah, this just isn't as good as the other build. I'm going to switch them up. I'm going to make this build because it's going to be my favored. I think it does more damage. And I'll make this build if I want to play her without a dragon. But I think this one's the superior build because this is giving me 15% more damage across all powers. Except this one. The other one gives me 10% off each power. And the other one hits harder once every 8 seconds. It can hit up to 72k. %, to Lockheed Powers and Buddy System. There was something that altered that. To where it has nothing to do with the Buddy System. But it hits for 72k once every 8 seconds and only gives you a 10% buff. This one is 2 damage layers because the dragon himself is constantly spitting spitballs. And then plus it's got the dot and gives me 15% to all powers. So I think this is the superior build. So then we can move on to Magento.
It has been far too long.
Magneto. So when I come back in a couple of minutes, we will work on Magneto. Playlist. Nope, not playlist. I want Into the Blue by Emily Bear. It's a good EP. Oh, that's the ringer. I'll be right back. All right. Into the Blue, Emily Bear. It's a really good EP. I think it's only $5.99. I can't remember exactly what I paid for it. On iTunes. All right. So, Magneto. Magneto. All right. Let's check Magneto out. First of all, let's go feed this one thing to that one pet that I put away a while ago. There it is. Two energy. Nope.
Now, where did I put my latest inventions?
Unlike some, I know when it is time to put aside my beliefs.
All right. Let's clear out his infinity system. Reset. Reset. All right. Uh-oh. I wonder why sometimes it does that. Sometimes 2 points get stuck in here. All right. So, he's 3% under where I like a range character to be. But he's 1K over. So, I'm looking to see if he has... Okay, he's got some damage absorption for 3 seconds every 20 seconds. And a stun. See, I generally am more lenient about not reaching the 35% that I like to have. If he has something in his kit to compensate for it, whether it's stealth or in this case damage absorption or a healing factor. So I'm not, he doesn't have really any any healing to account for, but he does have some damage absorption and a nice stun. His damage absorption's only 2,600, but it makes up for his being under the value that I like. And I'm even a little a little more lenient when they're range, because you just don't suffer the same issues that a meleeer does. Fruit juice. So, let's get his movement speed up. He's obviously energy intelligence. Movement speed's 321. 10%'s not going to cut it. Let's see what 15% does for me. 367, not quite. Might as well bump him on up to 150. All right. We're still a little under, but we now have all this stuff. He's okay, speed-wise. He's noticeably slower than his run speed, but I can live with that. And what did that do to his attack power? All right, his attack power is over 20%. Let's get all the crit. All the brute. And I have a feeling we're going to put everything into intelligence. Yep, I don't see why not. We could put 6 into energy to get the free attributes. Just to get the free 150 points. And then throw everything else into intelligence. And what we end up with is his energy crit's 57.2. His critical damage is over 11,000. Very nice. Brutal strike is over 33 and a third, which I consider minimum. And brutal damage isn't that great, but okay. Energy damage 3,200. Not that great. He's got 320% base damage. See if he gets any benefit to range. Not really. 1,600 to ranged because he's ranged. So he's middle of the road, I guess. So that's Magneto. Or Magento, I like to call him sometimes. Magento, Magneto. Yeah. Swap the E and the N, you got Magento. Reed Richards.
Oh, don't worry about me. I was just solving world problems in my head.
Yeah. Let's wipe out his Infinity System. I don't play his bouncing ball spec. I don't use bouncing ball at all. He is durability and intelligence. Let's check his movement speed. 352. So he's not as bad as Magneto was. That should do it. Though I should give him 3 more just to put him over 100. Gives you an additional charge that I don't particularly need, but now he's at 388. His attack speed went to 24. Let's give him all the crit. All the brute. And at this point, since he's got plenty of health, plenty of damage reduction, so I like 45, 27, 5. So he's over damage reduction and over health, so I'm dumping everything into intelligence because of the critical damage. Now, I could put 6 into durability just to get my free attributes here. So I get my free +1 to all attributes. So Gave me a little more health and a little more damage reduction, neither of which I needed. But the free attributes is good. And then put everything into intelligence. What do we end up with? He's a super survivable guy, of course. Physical crit, 48.5. Melee crit, 50. So we're just over 50% crit. So not that great, but I consider 50% crit the minimum. When he does crit, even his critical damage is low, which is pretty sad for somebody with 3,360 critical damage from just his attributes alone. This could change up. You could remove the blessed white suit, remove the white suit jacket, and he wouldn't miss the health or the survivability. And put him something here that gives him lots of critical damage, a Gok or a teaching credentials or something that bumps up his what he's missing over here. Crit damage, and his brutal strike's great. So he doesn't need more brutal strike. And his physical damage rating, he's much better than Magneto offensively. Much more survivable also than Magneto. He just doesn't have as much crit as Magneto. But he probably performs a lot better than Magneto. So he's probably one pretty tough cookie. With all this health, all this damage reduction, and he's just low on crit and crit damage. And brute damage. Like I said, I could get rid of I can't give him a teaching credentials. He already has one. But I could get rid of this and give him a Gok or something else. He wouldn't miss the survivability at all. Because at this point, I think I don't remember what Colossus ended up here, but I don't remember it being this high. Colossus probably had more health. And that's Reed Richards. Moon Knight, Mr. Spectre.
The name is Alves. I took my husband's name.
Mr. Spectre. I like this mummy wrap Earth X costume. He looks like someone who is just wrapped to be mummified. But it's not dirty yet. Hasn't collected any dirt. He just came out of he just bleached it white. Alright, his damage reduction is okay because he gets an extra 8% in melee. But I play him ranged. So he's 3% over where I like a ranged character and 5k over where I like a ranged character. So you could switch to a melee build with him and he'd still have the health and damage reduction that he needs to play melee. I just went ranged with him. Reset. Okay, there's my 1233. And we're still fine. So he could go melee or ranged. I'm just playing him ranged because, yeah. And I also don't play him. I don't play his low health build. I don't use his low health statue. I use the other statue as a steroid. Let's check his movement speed. I don't like going slow. Movement speed. 332. Ooh. We're going to have to put 150 points over here. Alright, that works. That gives us our free attributes. Get all the crit. All the brute. And then between durability and fighting, we'll put 6 into durability to get our free attribute, but we'll throw everything else into fighting to give him more crit. Alright, what did we end up with? An extremely survivable Mr. Spectre. 27% attack speed. Physical crits 52.8. Critical damage is 7,000. Brutal strike is practically 40. Brutal damage, not so much. He's at 340 on his base damage. And he's 4,800. 4,800 on how much damage he does. His damage rating. So he's comparable to Mr. Fantastic, except I'm playing him ranged instead of melee. And that's a lot of health for a ranged character. Here's another guy that you could remove this and give him more offense.
Jake Lockley, Mark Spector, Stephen Grant, Khonshu. Who am I?
You could even remove this and give him an offensive relic. That would still be fine at ranged. So you can make him more offensive. He's pretty offensive anyway. No, different kind of offensive. So you could give him more damage if you play him. I don't really play him. Though since he's ranged, I'm more likely to play him. He's got the wrong pet for a ranged physical character. He shouldn't have Rachel Avaraz. He should have Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel is my ranged physical team up, not pet, team up. See, Kate Bishop, ranged physical. Mr. Spectre, ranged physical. So I'm glad I noticed that and corrected it. Another ranged physical.
Nick Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. here.
Nick Fury and his cyborg squirrel. Cyborg squirrel. All right. So Nick is fighting in intelligence. Let's check his movement speed. It's pretty low. He's going to need the whole 150. Still a little low, but I've got the 150 required to bump this guy up to get my free attributes. Brutal or critical, I mean. This one's brutal. Fighting and intelligence. Both are great. So let's fix both of them. And then determine which one I need the most of. Crit or critical damage. Oh, yeah. I already had the 150 points I needed over here. That's okay. I have a feeling I'm going to be putting more here than the other. It's got almost 30% attack speed. He's okay survivability wise, considering he has range and summonses on his side. Speaking of summonses, I don't particularly like his whole ammo deal. I find it extremely annoying. Physical crit 52, range crit 52 or 53 actually. Physical damage. So he doesn't have a lot of crit. His crit damage is over 9,000. Brutal strike is sufficient. But he does have a lot of summonses. I just haven't put much emphasis on his summons. So they don't have a lot of summons damage rating. So in the case of Nick Fury and his summonses, Nick Fury is going to be doing the majority of damage. The summonses are just a damage layer. Whereas earlier when we looked at Magic summonses does a lot of damage. Compared to her. Whereas it's the other way around here with Nick. Nick's going to be doing the most damage. And then his summons are just a damage layer. So where do I want to put the rest of the points? Give him more crit or more crit damage? The number crunchers know which one's more valuable. I don't know. I'm already over 50. So they would probably say throw it all into critical damage. And I think I will. Now we're over 10,000.
I'm the one who busted my ass out here for my country. Least you could do is keep up.
I play him right down the summon street. Ooh, excuse me. I got Dum Dum. I got an infantryman. I got a medic. I got a minigun infantryman. And my fire team gets 10% more damage and attack speed for each member present. So they boost themselves. That's a possibility too. Since I haven't put a lot of effort into his summonses, though this gives him a little summons power. I don't have a. I could put a spear. Could put a gorilla spear on him here. Picking up 2 more attributes and bumping up the summons' base damage would give him 104 more. So that's probably the best. If I played Nick Fury, but I don't, because I don't particularly like his ammo mechanic. I find it annoying. I have to weave between this and this. I just don't like it. But this might be a better bet than that one, really. But that would be something if I played Nick Fury a lot that I'd figure out. But I'm probably rarely ever going to play Nick Fury. Unless they bring out a Maria Hill enhanced costume, then I might actually put some time into this character. But that's what it would take for me to put time in this character. Maria Hill signature. Or enhanced costume. Or even a Sharon Carter. A Sharon Carter, Agent 13 enhanced costume. Maria Hill. Or Agent 13. Though I don't know that Agent 13 ever actually. Well, he doesn't really have anything. Well, yeah, this whole thing called Head of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm not sure Agent Carter was ever a head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Her Aunt Peggy was. Her Aunt Peggy was a creator of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alright. Next. Nightcrawler.
And away we go.
Alright. Nightcrawler. Okay. Let's check his movement speed. Oh. It's 351, isn't it? Okay. He doesn't need as much. So I could give him 100. Oops. Give him 100 points. That's good. His attack speed. It's almost 30k. Let's get our critical. Brutal strike. Let's see. He's got the 45. He's a little low health wise. But he does have stealth. So I can excuse him being a little lower than health. I gotta get my water bottle. I'll be right back. Or my thermos. Alright. Tomorrow is going to be another fun spring day with a high chance of severe weather. It's springtime. Alright. Where was I? He's fighting in speed. We definitely want to put it all into fighting. But we can go back to the speed one and put 2 more points here. And put the rest into fighting. And I did that to bump this up to 150 to get my free attributes. But I'm going to put everything into fighting because it's an offensive stat. And what did we end up with? Melee crits 58.6. Critical damage is not so great. Over 6,000. Brutal strike is under where I like it to be, which would be 33 and a half. I'd like it about 34. He's at 30. But his physical damage rating is over 6,000. And 328% base damage. See if he gets any benefits from melee. Little bit of melee stuff, but
shadows.
That's Nightcrawler. Nova. All right. There we go. Sometimes it doesn't clear them all. Okay, Nova's ranged, of course. So he's 4% lower than I like. But his health is fine. Okay. Here's the reason why I found this to be acceptable. Because of this power right here. You can spam this power to get your health back if you want. So you, it's this guy.
Not good. Not good.
So it gives you 210 health for every guy you hit. All right, so how's our movement speed? Oh, not bad at all. How's your attack speed? It's okay too. We can give him a little bit. All right. We'll do the 52. So that we get this guy here. We get all this. All this. He is energy and speed. Get our free +1 to all attributes. And then whether you throw everything into energy or speed, depends on whether you want dodge or lower cost. Nova Force costs. He also has his shield. That only gens when you're moving. Pretty silly. What kind of dodge does he have? Just don't have any dodge. Pretty sad. If he had some dodge gear, I'd throw it into speed. But since he doesn't, I'm throwing it all into energy. Okay, I need a couple minute break again. Shuffle. Let's put it here. The only song on her EP she did not write. Miss Emily Bear at emilybear.com. All right. That's Nova.
You know, I was getting terribly impatient.
All right. Okay, she's not even set up. That works. She's fighting in intelligence. Her movement speed is pretty good. Might as well bump her up to 50. Yeah, I've got a bad day coming on. I'll be back. All right. Again, that's Miss Emily Bear. All right. So movement speed. I may have already set this one. That's okay. All the critical, all the brutal. She's fighting in intelligence, which gives her critical and critical damage. So I'm thinking this is probably the best bet. Let's see what we ended up with. Her survivability is... I play her ranged. So she's got way more damage reduction than I need. Well, I say I play her ranged. I'm ranged most of the time. But in my rotation, I go into stealth, and then I perform my execute, which moves me behind the target. So it takes me into melee. I assassinate, and then I use dash to get back out again. It's kind of why I call it the yo-yo build. Because I'm at range, stealth, melee, ranged again. So ranged, melee, range, stealth, melee, range, stealth, melee, range, stealth, melee. So it's range, melee, range, melee, range, melee, range, melee. But I'm only in melee for long enough to get that execute off. And then I'm back out to range with my dash. So, we ended up with 52% mental. She's all mental damage. So I got 52% crit. Over 300% critical hit damage. Only 21% brutal strike. So that's really low. Base damage is 324. Her mental damage is 4,000. Over 4,000. And here's half of it right here. Half her mental damage. The reason I'm able to maintain the 2,000 mental damage is because of the shield. Well, it's because of the health. If you're over 90% health, you get 2,000 more mental damage. And I'm able to maintain the health because of the shield. And I'm able to maintain the shield because of the way my talents and powers are. This restores shield. This restores shield. This restores 25% of the shield. By applying vulnerability and weaken, then this restores shield. So I'm constantly restoring my shield. The shield constantly prevents me from taking damage, and the fact that I stay over 90% health gives me an extra 2,000 mental damage. The yo-yo build. And that is Betsy Braddock. So, Frank Castle.
Thought maybe somebody gone AWOL.
Frank Castle. All right. Let's check on Frank's. He's fighting in intelligence, just like Betsy was. His movement speed is 327. So we're going to have to spend some points here. It's still a little low. Let's bump it up to get my free attributes. Much better. Get my critical, my brutal strike. And we're probably going to do the same thing we did with Betsy. Put 6 points here so we can get our free attribute points. And then put everything else into critical damage rating. So the attack speed is over 25. Ranged crit. Physical range crit's 52.3. Critical damage over 12,000. Brutal strike. Very nice. Much better than Betsy's was. And his damage rating and physical damage rating are over 4,000 each. He's at 352% base damage. That's my Frank Castle. He's fine survivability wise. I build survivability wise into my kit, into my stuff here. And then the affinity system is just to enhance my damage, pretty much. Rocket Raccoon.
Galaxy can't be guarded by talking.
Rocket Raccoon. He's 5% under what I like a ranged character to be, but he's 1.5k over. But since he has summonses and on-demand stealth, I don't mind so much. And I'm at range. I don't mind so much that he's 5% short on damage reduction. There's a lot of things going for him. Movement speed. That's where we began. 356. So he doesn't need a lot here. Just enough to put him over 52 so he can get 377. Let's see how that feels. It feels okay. That works. Get all the critical hit. All the brutal strike. And because he is energy and intelligence, we'll put 6 points into energy just to get his free attributes. His +1 to all attributes. And then throw everything into his intelligence. And that leaves us with, wow, his attack speed's lower than I expected. I like to have a minimum of 20% attack speed, so we can correct that. By bumping this up a little more. Let's bump it up to 100. There we go. So now I grab the second one. And I'm going to put 50 more points here. I'm giving up 2 attributes from intelligence, but I'm picking 1 intelligence and 1 energy up to get this. Is that worth the trade-off? I don't think so. Because the 2 intelligence, I'm having to swap an intelligence for an energy. I think it's okay. I get my free attributes here. Everything else goes into intelligence. All I did was swap an intelligence for an energy. Intelligence would have given me a little more critical damage rating. Energy gives me a little less plasma ammo cost and a little less range damage taken. But it also picked up a little dodge, a little crit rating, la 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 la. Little of everything. So, what did we end up with Rocket? Almost 25% attack speed. 59% energy crit. So we're around the 60% mark on crit. Critical damage over 10,000. Brutal strike is over 33 1/3, which I prefer. Space damage is 400%, which is pretty good. And his energy damage is 4,400. Which is meh. But he also has summonses that do stuff. He's got Groot. Groot's not very powerful. And I've got 3 blaster turrets. Groot plus 3 blaster turrets. So that's Rocket. Rocket's all fixed up now. Rogue.
Hope I haven't gotten rusty.
Rogue is a game within the game. All right. I play her melee. That's why she's over 45% damage reduction. Her health's a little low for a meleeer. It's about 2.5k lower than I like for a meleeer. She's durability and fighting. Movement speed. Pretty low. So her movement speed's better now, much better. And I picked up 150 points in the speed thing, so she's got extra dash and so on and so on. Actually, it didn't give this guy an extra dash like it should have. Because it says on the label it's a dash power. So that's a bug. It may be a stolen dash power, but it is a dash power. It should have 4 charges. So that's a bug, but it's no big deal bug. They'll get around to fixing it someday, I guess. I'll never remember to report it as a bug. And because she's fighting and durability, definitely want to put 6 points here. And put all the rest of them in fighting. I play her melee area. Gave her 3 of Black Cat's 9 lives. %, critical hit multiplier and 10% damage. 5% blah blah blah, 5% blah blah blah. And this guy gives her about 5% damage reduction. So even though this is 1.6k lower than I like for a melee character, this is 2% over a melee character. And every 5 seconds, every 4 or 5 seconds, I'm changing position because I want to keep this guy going. Every 5 seconds, I need to teleport to one side of the. I'm in melee, and I'm teleporting, and I'm staying in melee. I'm not moving very far, but I want to keep up my 30% base damage buff. 30% for 5 seconds. And it's mental damage. Everything's energy here, but this guy's mental damage, and this guy's physical damage. So I've got the power dupe. I've got the anti-reality grenade. And I've got dupe ectoplasm. All of which benefit from all 3 damage types. So this gives me another 19.9% damage against bosses. 794 damage rating. 895 dodge. This one gives me 966 brutal strike rating. 771 crit rating. 966 damage rating. And this gives me 4,152 brutal damage rating and 514 mental or regular damage rating and 1,464 critical damage rating. So all 3 of these things benefit from the fact that I threw 1 physical power in here and 1 mental power in here. So she's a tri-spec. Melee and ranged. All 3 damage types. Area. What did we end up with? 23% attack speed. 56.5 energy crit. Which is where the majority of her damage is, from energy. Critical damage over 9,000. Brutal strike is low, 22%. She's got 3,600 energy damage, 3,000 mental damage, 3,000 physical damage, 357% base damage. So she's kind of low on damage. But
Are you trying to make me die, Gordon?
she picks up a whole lot of damage as soon as she starts fighting. Go through the rotation once. Everything goes up. Critical damage goes up. Brutal damage goes up. Damage rating goes up. Dodge. Base damage to bosses. All her area, brute, crit, and damage all goes up. So she goes way up in stats as soon as she starts fighting. Because of her tri-spec ability. Her tri-damage type ability. And yeah, I could have used a power dupe here, but... not power dupe, power cosmic. But... I went with the Macron. And that's... Anne-Marie. Wanda Maximoff.
See, I'm not alone.
Shall we show them the power of family bonds?
Yeah, I just sent you away. That's the power of family bonds. Okay. She's got the required 35 for being at range, 25 for being at range. Movement speed. She needs some movement speed. Let's throw 50 points in. $50 points more. I didn't want to go that far. Let's go 100 points in. That's better. She now has the 4 max charges, which I don't particularly care about. I just wanted to get her movement speed up to the others. Her attack speed's 25 now, so that's good. Let's give her all of her crit. All of her brute. She is energy and intelligence. Since she is not dependent upon a resource to be able to do stuff, her resource just gives her extra stuff that she does. Then I'll put 6 into energy just to get the free stats. Oh, energy is the fist. This fist. Just to get the 150 points. And then everything else is going into intelligence. Critical damage rating. What did we end up with? Her mental crit's 59. Critical damage is over 12,000. Brutal strike, only 29. Mental damage rating is over 5,000. Base damage is 320. So, pretty good range character. I play Chaos Disruption. That's Scarlet Witch. She-Hulk.
I'm gonna need a coffee injection or something.
Jennifer. All right. Movement speed for Jennifer is 325. It's way down there. We'll go over 150 so we get all this stuff. That moves her travel speed up closer to everybody else and where I like it. It makes her attack speed go to 27.8, which is pretty nice. Let's get all the crit, all the brute. Since she's strength and durability, we'll put 6 into strength. No, we won't. I'm putting it all into durability. Because I've already got the 150 points I need from because of the brutal strike. And I don't need any deflect, which is the least. It's the bottom of all stats in the game. It's not useless, but it's not good either. So I'm putting everything into durability, which is going to give me more defense, more health, and more base damage. So my damage reduction, right where it should be for a melee character, 45. Not where it should be, where I personally, me, prefer. And 27.5 is my preferred health for a melee character. She's at 28. So where did that leave us? There's the attack speed, the 27.8. Physical crit, 52.6. So she's over 50% at least. Critical damage, around 6,000, not that great. Brutal strike, 38%. Brutal damage, so-so. And she's at 4,800 physical damage, 324% base damage. So she's so-so. Good average melee character, physical character. One thing she has going for her is I guess it's this power. Yeah. Because of her little jump flippy thing, it makes her very survivable in a sticky situation. That particular power really can really, well, let me put it this way. After the biggest update ever, I worked on She-Hulk, fixed her the way I thought she should be. I went into Cosmic Hightown to try her out. There was a 3-boss wave, Skrulls, bosses. I forget which 3 it was. But I went in and I got there first. And I thought, okay, this isn't going to go very well. Me against 3 Cosmic Hightown bosses. And I jumped in and started through my rotation. And because of the fact that I kept doing this little jump move every time my rotation came around, I kept repeating out loud, and I streamed it. It's on my YouTube channel. I kept saying, I shouldn't be surviving this. I shouldn't be surviving this. I shouldn't be surviving this. And for a good long period of time, and I still think it was mostly due to this power right here. I went for quite a while all by myself surviving those 3 Cosmic Hightown bosses. They finally took me down. And when I came back, because you spawn real short distance from them, I came back and started again And then a Black Panther joined, and the two of us took them all down. But I couldn't believe how survivable it was, and I think it was mainly due to this. Just the fact that this causes you to move around. It's harder for them to hit you when you're moving around. That's She-Hulk. Or Jennifer. Jennifer Walters. Weathers. I can't read that. Jennifer Walters. I had it right the first time. Jennifer Walters. And I've got to get to an optometrist. Optometrist to get me some new glasses made, where I can see more clearly here and maintain my reading glasses part here. These are bifocals. These here are older than these, but these aren't bifocals. So I can only put these on when I'm trying to read something tiny on the screen. But if I get me some new glasses, I'll have them where I don't have to switch glasses anymore. But I just need to get to an optometrist. And there is an optometrist that lives in the building. So I just need to call her office, set up an appointment. Okay. So that's Jennifer. Jennifer Walters. She-Hulk. Silver Surfer.
Let's make haste. We've lost too much time already.
Norrin Rad is his name. All right. So he's speed and energy. Let's check his movement speed. He should have a good movement speed, shouldn't he? Yep. He's got a good movement speed. He only needs a little bit. Oops. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't need any. It feels a little slow. It feels slow. I don't like the feeling of slow. Yeah, this has some problems. Ah, it looks better. I'd like to get this up closer to 390. 389. Maybe it's because of the surfboard, but he just seems slower than other characters at the same movement speed. Which is weird, but alright, get our crit. Our brute. And since he's speed and energy, we definitely want to put 6 points into energy. Just to get our extra free attributes. Oops, one more. I play him ranged. So he's got his 25. He's a little short here. He does have a stun. And he does regenerate health. So that makes up for his little shortcomings here. What do we end up with? 27% attack speed, 55% energy crit, over almost 9,000 critical damage rating. Brutal strike's only 30%. Brutal damage kind of low. Energy damage is 5,500. Base damage is 380%. So overall, pretty good range character. Pretty good range character. Silver Surfer.
I get it. You're fiddling with the inventory or something, but could you please just consider me for once?
Okay. She just broke the fourth wall. I guess they all kind of break the fourth wall. Oh no. When you're not out there fighting and they get bored and they say something, I guess they all break the fourth wall. And see, they need to change that. They really need to change the stand around, do nothing dialogue on every character to something encouraging and witty instead of nagging and annoying. And I explained that yesterday, that if the marketing team, the people that are out there trying to get people to come play the game, the marketing guys actually played this game and heard some of the dialogue, they might go to the people who set up the dialogue and say, hey, I'm trying to get people to play this game. Your dialogue is annoying those people. Stop it. Change it. You're trying to send them away. You're upsetting my customers that I've worked so hard to get here. Stop it. So they need to change all the stand around, do nothing dialogue to something uplifting and witty. We're already having to do inventory or whatever it is that we have to do when we're not out there playing. We need to be encouraged. We don't need to be nagged, harassed. It's just bad for the game. All right. Movement speed. Movement speed for May Parker here. Oh, wow. She doesn't need any movement speed. She's one of the faster characters. If that is a 395. It is a 395. But I don't think I've reset any of these yet, have I? So we'll have to wait. Look at it again after I reset all this stuff. All right. So, okay. She needs a little bit of speed. She is fighting and strength. Let's put 50 points here. That's good enough. Let's get all my crit. All my brute. Fighting and strength. Well, I'm not putting any in strength. I've already got my 150 points here. So everything's going into fighting. Okay. She's 1% more. We got to remember you have to add 8 to it. When I play her melee, she's at 46%. And 45 is my minimum for a melee character. She's at 27.7 and 27.5 is my minimum for a melee character. So she's right. She's 1% over here and she's 240 health over here. So she's perfect for melee. That's why I did her glass cannon. Well, that's why I'm doing all of my characters glass cannon in the Infinity system. Because I built my survivability into my gear, into my kit. Then that leaves Infinity system for 100% damage. In the Omega system level of difficulty coming in the future, I would love to say near future, but I'm just going to say in the future, that might change. I might pick up some survivability in the Infinity system. All right, what did we end up with? Attack speed is low. Ouchies. Why is your attack speed low? Well, let's get a little more attack speed, and then I'll come back and fill up that stuff. All right. Let's bump up to 100 points. Okay, now I'm happy with the attack speed. Now we'll put all the rest here. So that cost me 8% base damage to get my attack speed up where I like it. I picked up 4% attack speed. Melee crit, 52.6. Physical is 57. So we're at 57% crit. Critical damage is almost 9,000. Brutal strike is 36. Brutal damage, it's okay. And base damage is at 352, but we only have 3,200 physical damage. See if there's any increase to melee. Yep, we've got 1,500 melee damage. But it's not a lot of physical damage rating. Which is why I have this guy on here, to pick up more physical damage. This gives me more melee damage. Lots of crit physical.
Good to get a breather every once in a while, but this is ridiculous.
And there she goes, harassing and nagging and annoying me again. It's just bad game design. And it's because somebody thought that would be funny. Somebody was thinking about, hey, this would be funny if they annoy us for not doing anything. And they didn't pass that up to marketing and ask them if that was a good idea or not. Marketing would said, no, I don't want you annoying, harassing, and nagging my customers after I worked so hard to get them to come to the game. So, some developer thought that was funny and it snuck through the cracks. Nobody above the developer who put them in there, or designer, or whoever did that, got away with it. So that's May Parker, Peter Parker's daughter, Spider-Girl. Doreen Green.
Who is it this time? Galactus? I always wanted to meet him.
Doreen Green and Tippy Toe. Infinity System. Reset. Reset. Oh. Alright. Movement speed for Doreen. Okay. She's okay. I started to say, if a half squirrel character doesn't have a high movement speed, I will be disappointed. I am not disappointed. What's her attack speed? I am not disappointed. So I need to put nothing here. For now, anyway. Get my 5% crit. Get my 5% brute. Wait a minute. What just happened? I'm in the wrong place. So I need to put nothing here. 5% crit. 5% brute. And she is speed and fighting. Now speed, I'm going to put 6 points into speed to get my free attributes. I potentially will put everything else into fighting. Because fighting will grant me more critical hit. And speed only grants dodge and less damage taken from area attacks. But Squirrel Girl benefits greatly from dodge. I've already got the 38% damage reduction. And when she's in melee, she gets 8 more. So I've already exceeded my minimum damage reduction for a melee character. And her health exceeds the 27.5, which I consider minimum for a melee character. So why would I be interested in dodge? Well, I'm not. I've got 13.4% chance to dodge, which goes up to 33.4% chance to dodge when I hit this 3 times. So I have an extra 20% dodge in my kit due to this talent right here. If Squirrel Twirl is activated 3 times within 3 seconds, you become squirrely. So you get an extra 20%, not dodge rating multiplier, 20% dodge. When you take the 20% and add it to the 13.4, you now become 33.4% chance to dodge. In other words, 1 out of every 3 times the boss that I'm fighting or takes a swing at me, he's going to do no damage. 1 out of 3 times. As long as I keep this up. Which you can almost keep up if you're paying attention all the time. It drops off. And if you've managed to keep at least 2 charges here, then just as it drops off, you can go bang, 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 and bring it right back up again. So you have to pay attention, but you can keep that 20% dodge up. So survivability, she is just peachy keen. She's just fine. Better than others, some others. All right, our physical crit's 55. Critical damage is low. It's over 5,000. Brutal strike is over 33 1/3. Brutal damage is low. So she could use critical damage and brutal damage. And her physical damage is only 4,000 with a 284%. Oh, but I haven't even set up her points yet. Okay. So what I was trying to decide is if I wanted to throw them into speed or fighting. And I want to increase my crit. So now my physical crit is 57%, 56.7.
So, maybe I should go find some bad guys.
But we are low on critical damage and brutal damage. But we're now at 376% base damage. So she doesn't do lots and lots of damage, but then she also has Tippy Toe. And Tippy Toe benefits from not a whole lot. But it's me and Tippy Toe against the world. That's the way I play her. Permanent Tippy Toe, everybody else stays home. So it's me and Tippy Toe against the world. This option here probably does more damage than this does. But I liked having the passive 5% crit, 5% brute, which I and Tippy Toe, or which I myself plus Tippy Toe both benefit from. But having 20 more squirrels out there biting and scratching probably does more damage than having a 5% passive crit, 5% passive brute to me and Tippy Toe. So it's up to you. If you want all those extra squirrels on the screen, biting and scratching, or if you just want to do it the Thanos mano a mano way. Squirrel Girl and Tippy Toe against Thanos. Squirrel Girl took him out, according to Uatu. So that's Squirrel Girl. Doreen Green. Star-Lord.
Okay, you filled up?
Peter Quinn. Peter Quill. Peter something other. I don't know his name. Quill. I tend to learn the ladies' names. Don't particularly care about the dudes. Don't care what their names are. So this is Star-Lord. Okay. We're near 35. He is ranged, and we're over 25. So his survivability is just fine, just like all the rest of my characters, because I build it into their kit. Let's check his movement speed. Let's see if he's a slug or if he's okay. Movement speed, 349. So he needs some. So if we bump this up to 50 points, he's only at 370. Let's bump it up to 100 points. Okay, much better. Let's get him his crit. His brute. Check his stats. He is fighting or energy. We know fighting is an offensive stat. So we'll put 6 into energy to get the free attributes. And put all the rest into fighting. And what did that leave us with? 25.7% attack speed. 58.3 critical hit. Critical damage is over 8,000. 33 1/3, or if it rounds up, 34% brutal strike, so that's good. He's got no brutal damage. And his energy damage is only 3261 with a 352 base damage. Okay, guys. Need a short break again. Continue on with Emily Bear. I'll be right back. Dum, dum, dum. Miss Emily Bear, Je ne sais pas. Which is her 2017 ASCAP award winning song she wrote, composed. All right, where are we? I think we just finished Peter Quill. I don't know. Doesn't look right. Something doesn't look right. Yep, I guess we did. It's got a lot of attributes. Why does he have so many attributes? Plus 3 to all attributes. That's why. Oh well. Okay. Yeah, some of these guys that required a basic power that they spend a lot of time using, I found this pretty useful because it's 900 basic damage, or 900 damage rating. 900 damage rating. So that's why. He needs the 900 extra damage rating. He's low on damage rating. So that's Peter Quill. Aurora Monroe.
I have had enough of this waiting.
Aurora Monroe. All right. All right. She's speed and energy, which I could have checked right here. Speed and energy. Let's check her movement speed then. If she's speed related, it's probably not going to make any difference. Nope, 343. So she needs a boost in her speed. 10% would bump her up to just over 370. All right, so we've put 100 points in here. She gets her 4th charge. Her movement speed is now up there closer to everybody else. Let's get a crit. Get her brute. And she's speed and energy. Speed gives dodge. Energy gives less cost on Tempest stuff. So we're probably going to end up putting, well, we want to put at least 2, or at least, 2 into speed, so that we get our 150 now and get our free attributes. And then dump everything else into energy. Where does that leave us? 30% attack speed. 56.5 energy crit. Critical damage is low. It's only 7,000. Brutal strike's 38. That's okay. Brutal damage is low. And her energy damage rating is just as low as Star-Lord's was. Her survivability. This is 3% low. This is okay. But she does have obscuring fog. Absorbs damage and makes her invisible. So it makes up for the little bit low here. Couldn't find anything to use here. Because I don't use Thundering Maelstrom. This guy. I don't use Thundering Maelstrom. So I found nothing useful here. Alright, that's Aurora Monroe Storm. Alright, I've been looking forward to doing this one. Not particularly because I'm a Taskmaster fan, but because of the way his attributes work. I was looking for something different, and he is different. Alright, let's reset everything. He's going to want at least 150 points in every node, pretty much. Or not pretty much, but very much. All right. He needs a Tanya's love letter, doesn't he? Maybe. Tanya's love letter probably has something in it that's not physical energy, or not physical related. He's all physical damage. And the more attributes you can give him, the more damage, base damage he gets. So we want at least 150 points in every node. But we need to be smart how we do it. We want the attack speed and the movement speed. 200 points. That's a little too much. Oops. All right. 152 points. All right. So we want 150 points over here. So it looks like it's all going here in my signature. 150 points. 75% more damage to my signature, and the signature doesn't do any damage. Bummers. That's only good after you use your ultimate power. That's my only two choices. Put all 50 points here. Yeah. So when you use your ultimate power, you get 20 seconds worth of 150%. That's sad that his signature does no damage. This does no good. Base damage to your signature power, which does no damage. So 10 million% base damage to 0 damage is still 0. So I guess I'll use that one. I could get some health regen or health on hit. Oh, wow.
At least when I was working for the bad guys, we were always doing something.
Even if this has an internal 1 second cooldown, which I don't know if it does or not, this is still the better value. 6 points 13, 7 points 14. So we'll put 150 points here. Oops, too far. Get 350 health on hit. Space points. I could increase my health, my defense rating, health and defense ratings, all your choices. My health's fine, so I guess I'm gonna put it in the defense rating. So I want 150 points here. See what that does to my damage reduction. It's at 40 right now. Bam! Perfect. That's where I want to be as a melee character, 45. So now everybody has at least 150 points. See how much my attributes went up? Now, we want to put the last points into probably critical damage rating, which would be the mind gem. His base damage is still way lower than everybody else's. The 1.5% that they give you per attribute isn't really enough. One and a half % per attribute is not enough. I've got characters reaching 400% base damage because of the attributes. It just takes 50-50 to get 400. He takes advantage of all 6 of them. All 6 of them. He's got 150 attributes. I'm just a wild guess. I'm figuring 20 each, or 25 each on average. So you take 2 away from this and add it to here, they're 21s. take 4 away from this, give him 2. So I don't have quite 150 here. So yeah, they should bump this up to 2. 2% per attribute. So I could get rid of this guy and put maybe a Tanya's on him. Tanya's love letter. I just can't remember exactly what's on Tanya's love letter. But it can have +2 to all attributes. So if I gave him this instead of this, he's still at a disadvantage. Wait a minute. Let me read that carefully. Make sure there's not something on there he wouldn't use.
Some of these are a bit untested.
I'm not a hero. I'm just really good at my job.
So this gives him 12 attributes. This is only 4. So that's +3 to all, +2 to all, +1 to all. Except his base damage is still pitiful compared to everybody else. So the 1.5 that they give him is really not enough. He's already at a disadvantage to everybody else. And I'm sure this white suit jacket needs to go into overflow. And overflow's overflowing with white suit jackets. So his base damage from attributes, even though he benefits from all attributes, it's still a disadvantage. He's at 226. And I've had a couple that's hit 400. If he got 2 per attribute, he'd be closer to 300. And just about all of them are above 300. So they need to bump that 1.5 per any attribute at least to 2. He's still probably at a disadvantage, but they should at least bump it up to 2. And this is about the best you can do. +3 to all attributes, which gives him 18. This one gives him 6. This one gives him 12. This one gives him 6. It's +1 to all attributes. +1 to all attributes and a speed and a durability. +1 to all attributes and a strength. Two fighting, 2 durability. +1 to all attributes. So this one's a little strange. Why it doesn't have a +1 to all attributes on it. Little strange. But he's at a disadvantage. Okay, his damage reduction's fine for a melee character. His health's a little low now, but only by 700 health. So he's okay there. I think I've got stinging shot that knocks down. So that gives him a little more survivability. All right, so did we finish the infinity points? No, we did not. I was trying to figure out, I was going to put all the rest of them into mind, because that increases his critical damage rating. And what did we end up with? 24% attack speed. His physical crit's 55.6. Critical damage is 6,500. Brutal strikes 36%. Brutal damage is 460%. Brutal damage isn't bad. Critical damage needs a lot of help. His base damage is 100% lower than everybody else's. And he's only got 3,400 physical damage rating, with no benefit to ranged or melee. So poor old Taskmaster is disadvantaged because of this one thing. Should be bumped up to 2%. Just to start with. That's my opinion. I play him as a Black Knight, Spider-Man, Daredevil, Black Widow, Daredevil, Black Widow, action figure. So there's Taskmaster and his disadvantages. All right. Benjamin Grimm.
I was dreaming of Yancey Street.
Benjamin Grimm. All right. So we are strength and durability. And we probably move very slowly because we're a rock. But you know, you give a rock some momentum with gravity, then it's probably okay. Get our crit. Get our brute. Damage reduction is 2% lower than I like. But he does have the Yancey Street Gang out there throwing pies. How could I not take a power where you can summon a guy to throw a pie? I play games to have fun. What's more fun than having guys throwing pies? All right. It's now strength and durability. We'll put it all into durability. 2 reasons. 1, strength was already at 150 points. And the only thing I get from strength is this stat that is at the bottom of the barrel of this game called deflect. Durability gives defense and health. Defense is the top of the stack as far as defensive statistics, stats go. Well, health is, and then defense, and then dodge, and then deflect, in that order. Health, you can easily see its benefits. Defense, it makes your health go down slower. Dodge is pretty decent but you don't really tell dodge. You don't know when you, I don't know. They need to throw the word dodge on the screen every time you dodge. But I guess that's too much pollution. I want to put it all here. This is going to bump my health up from 29.6 to 31.4. It didn't seem to really affect damage reduction. The defense didn't. So it doesn't really give you much defense. He may not have a lot of defense to start with. 3,600. So that's Benjamin Grimm.
Count yourself among the worthy.
Okay, I didn't get a pie thrower, but I got 5 guys. What? Oh, it is 5 now. It used to be 4. There we go. I got 2 pie throwers now. Nothing better than a pie thrower. Guys, 86,000 crit. This is what fun's all about. Summoning guys that throw pies. If that's not fun, I don't know what's your problem. That's Benjamin Graham. Did we look at his final stats? I don't think we looked at his final stats. All right, 27% crit, 51% or 27% attack speed, 51% crit. So he's just over 50% crit. Critical damage, almost 9,000. Brutal strike, 32, just under the 33 1/3 that I like to have. Brutal damage, meh. And he's got 4,700. And see, his base damage, 372. And Taskmaster's was 230 something. So they really need to bump Taskmaster's base damage up. At least 0.5% per attribute. And maybe even more. Maybe he should have 2.5% per attribute, but 2% would be fine for now. Jane Foster Thor.
Shall we valiantly forge ahead in battle once more?
Jane Foster Thor and her curly blonde locks. All right. Okay, excuse me. I'm playing her melee. She's physical, energy, melee, ranged. Just like Captain Marvel and Black Panther and some others. So she's hard to set up because she's all over the place. Both melee and range. Both physical and energy. So you can't really focus on any one thing. So she's got a power cosmic. And I gave her a 30% damage bonus when she uses the movement power, which is this guy. And this guy. So she's got movement in her rotation, which keeps up the 30% base damage. She's strength and energy. So this one provides strength. This one provides energy. This provides both. This provides strength after critical hits. This provides physical damage. This one provides ranged and melee damage. Power dupe. So she gets over 4,000 brutal damage and over 1,500 critical damage. Okay. She is strength and energy. So we'll probably be focusing on energy instead of strength. We'll see. She's got an extra 8% when she's in melee, which I play her melee. So she's 1% over my minimum recommendation for a melee character. Her health is low. 2.5k low. I do have a weaken, which helps in survivability. And health on hit for 10 seconds every 20 seconds. So she's got some health coming back. So that makes this 2.5k that I'm down not so bad when I've got plus 350 health on hit for 10 seconds every 20 seconds. Yeah. So I can get by with the lower health because of that one steroid. All right, movement speed. Thor's always seems slow. So 331. Yep, pretty slow. All right. So I've got my 150 points in to get my free attributes. Now my speed's up to where I want it to be, and attack speed probably went up a lot. So yes, I'm at 25.8% attack speed. Get my crit. Get my brute. What were we? Strength and energy. We've already got 150 points into strength, so everything else is going into energy.
You test my patience. There is much out there to smash.
What did we end up with? Physical crit's 50. Energy crit's only 46.2. But we do spend more time doing physical damage than we do energy damage. Quite a bit more time doing physical damage than we do energy damage. So I've got more crit on physical, which is 50. Critical damage, just over 8,000. Brutal strike, 40%. Lots of brutes. Only 50% crit, but 40% of those are going to brute. Not much brutal damage rating. Physical damage rating, tiny. Energy damage rating, tiny. Damage rating, tiny. With a 344% base damage. So, my Thor has no damage. Except when I hit somebody, then I go up to 1,500 damage and plus 2 attributes. And I get more brutal damage and critical damage. So this more than doubles my physical and energy damage. And that's why I left the power dupe on here. That's why I didn't go and get something else. I need that 1,500 physical and 1,500 energy damage to at least get me up to almost 3,000 damage. Still low. Still very low. But also when I'm in combat, I pick up another 965 damage rating from this power. I pick up another 418 damage rating from this power. Plus 16% more base damage. Gain another 128 damage from this power just by going in and starting swinging my hammer. So even though my damage is tiny, 1,400 damage, as soon as I go in and hit somebody with the hammer, these numbers all go way up. Way up. All of her damage is built into her gear, and you don't see it until you're doing something. So when you first look at her, you think, wow, Thor is not going to do any damage. But when you go pull the trigger, now we're almost 6,000 damage. So you really can't go by the old standing still. Somebody'd look at this and think, Thor's the worst character in the game. I'd say, hey, go through your rotation one time and then tell me what you think. Thor gets stronger the more he hits, like the Hulk. That's Jane Foster Thor. I like the Jane Foster costume. All right. Ultron.
Ready to go again, are we?
Ultron. Ultron in his gold suit. And his summonses come out in gold suits too. It's pretty cool. It's called Ultron Comics Gold costume. All right. Sometimes it doesn't give me all 1233 back. Okay. So he's a summoner. I play him as a ranged summoner. So I've put a lot into his summonses. See, all of these give damage rating to summonses. This gives damage rating to summonses. This gives damage rating to summons. Of course, it also gives damage and crit to me, which our summons take advantage of. So we're durability and energy. Check our movement speed. Very low. So we'll need 150 points at least into our speed, the speed force. Okay, that's better. Still a little lower than I like, but what'd that do to our attack speed? 24.9, excuse me. 24.9. All right. Let's get our crit. Let's get our brute. And because we are energy and durability, our survivability is pretty good, but I still want to put at least 6 points into durability to take advantage of the free attributes. That bumps my damage reduction right where I want it to be for a ranged character, 35%. Actually, a ranged summoner can get by with less health and less damage reduction because your bots work like a defensive shield, or your summons kind of work like a defensive shield in some cases. They can do some distracting. I guess put the rest into energy. Not only does it get me my extra +1 to all attributes, but it helps with the power cost reduction and damage from ranged attacks. So what do we end up with? We've got 24.9 attack speed, 55% close enough to energy crit. Critical damage is 6k, 6.4k. Brutal strikes 40 with very little brutal damage. And our energy damage rating is 4,400. Base damage is 344. Again, just showing how much more everybody gets base damage than Taskmaster does. So you think, those numbers sound a little low.
Testing backups. Everything is in its right place.
Got to remember these guys out there doing a lot of work too. 7,000 summon damage rating, 40% base damage, summons base damage, which if I gave him a spear would go up to 100 also. But our summonses take advantage of our stats too. So when we start fighting and our energy and physical damages go up, their damage also goes up. I could replace the 200 and 200 summon power damage to upping my damage, which they would also benefit from. There's a lot of things you could do now. If I was an Ultron player, I would learn about my character and make those changes. I just play him I rotate a lot through my characters. I'll be playing in a Cosmic Patrol zone and a character will pop in my head and I'll go, yeah, I want to play Ultron. And then I switch to Ultron. Or hey, I want to play Benjamin Grimm. And I'll switch to Benjamin Grimm. I don't have one character I focus on. But that's Ultron. Where he fits with all the other characters, I don't know. I can do everything in the game with him. So he's fine.
We had plenty of time to plot your destruction.
I play Toxin costume. Venom Toxin. I forget how the relationships go. Let's see what it says about Toxin. Well, it doesn't. It says about Venom. But I can go Venom, Anti-Venom, Toxin, or Skrull. Or not Skrull, but Hydra. I could play a Hydra green Venom if I want to. Alright, so he's got his 45% for melee. And I'm 1,000 over my minimum for melee. So he can go all glass cannon just like everybody else. Let's get his movement speed up. Alright, he's not quite as bad as some of the characters are. So we can give him... Let's see if 50 points is enough. Probably. What'd that do to attack speed? Ooh, his attack speed's low. So, we need to go up. Let's try 100 points. 17.7. Well, let's take him right up to 150 points then. Okay. So, we get the +1 to all attributes here. And we've got his attack speed up over 20 now. At a lot of cost, though. The people that I can get by with without putting anything in here get the most base damage. But improving attack speed also improves your damage, just like base damage does. So it's not all a waste. You're actually improving your damage by improving your attack speed. He is strength and durability. Let's see. Strength already has 150 points, so I'm going to throw everything into durability. That should bump our health up even more. And our damage reduction up even more. So he's another one of those guys that you could probably replace this with something more offensive. See, it's got a lot of health. So what do we end up with? Our melee crit is 45.4. Physical 44.4. Critical damage over 6,000. Brutal strike 30%. So nothing to shout about. Only 312% base damage. And only 3,400 physical damage. So he doesn't have a lot of damage. But he may pick up a lot of damage. When you hit with a melee, gain 513 damage rating. When you hit with a range, 513. So he gets 513 here when you just start playing. So, but I think if I did play Venom, which I very rarely do, I'd probably take this off and find something else that's more offensive and less defensive. No, nobody's home. So that's Venom. He's got a unique power. a unique damage over time power. What makes it unique? It has no duration. Now, hopefully, the stupid team up doesn't come out, because I'm just going to hit this one power, infect, and then I'm going to walk away. Good. My team up didn't come out. Ah, it fooled me. Infect is not supposed to have a duration. It's supposed to go forever. At least that's what I was. Maybe I'm supposed to stay in combat, though. Maybe it stopped when I went out of combat. Okay, my bad. I thought once somebody's infected, then they stay infected unless they do a cleanse. Maybe he's doing a cleanse. I don't know. But I thought the duration is infinite until they cleanse. My bad. All right. So that's Eddie Brock. The Venom. Vision.
I am once again online.
All right. Oops. Let's get rid of that thing. Vision. All right. So vision is energy and durability. Let's check his movement speed. All right. He's got a good movement speed. He's got a good attack speed. So I don't have to spend any points here at all. Let's get his crit. Get his brute. And he's energy durability. Yep, energy durability. I could put 6 points here just to fill out all this stuff. Durability. I can put 6 points here. So, where would I rather put the rest of his attributes? Strength or durability? He's at ranged, so he doesn't need the durability. Or energy or durability, I mean. So I could put them all here. And this benefits his solar energy cost and his damage from ranged power. So let's go back and put it into energy. All right. What do we end up with? 24.9% attack speed. Ranged crit, 51.5. Energy crit, 52.6. Critical damage, over 7,000. Brutal strike, 41. So he's got a lot of brutal strike. Low brutal damage. Over 300% base damage, 308. And his damage rating is 2,500, and his energy damage is 3,500. Not that great. But again, he may be one of those people that picks up a bunch of damage when he attacks. Summoned allies. When you land a brutal strike, your summoned allies gain 1,000 damage rating. Does he even have any summoned allies? Nope, 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 nope. Unless you count nanites. Well, not my problem. He's not a character that I play hardly ever. Not a Vision fan. Maybe you can pick up maybe you can get summonses over here. You can have a controlled robot. Oh, yeah. I forget he can take over the mind of a robot. I don't do that. So that's Vision. Not one of my faves. Don't particularly like him. I don't particularly play him. Nothing to do with whether his kit's any good or not. It's just I've got so many ranged energy characters, and he's low on my ranged energy character list to play. All right. Okay. We can got 4 to go. I'm not going to get them all done before my midday break. But we'll do Rhodey.
I think somebody went AWOL.
We'll do Rhodey. Reset. 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 Oh. Sorry, I don't need to be telling you what I'm doing. You can see what I'm doing. Okay. He is strength and durability. You can also tell by looking here, strength and durability. Movement speed. Very low. I guess it's hard to walk in all that suit. All that armor. So I'll bump him all the way up to 150 so that I can get the +1 to all attributes. That gives me a reasonable movement speed. What'd that do to my attack speed? Puts me over 20% attack speed. 21.7. Get my crit. Get my brute. Now everything left is strength or durability. We're perfectly fine for a ranged character. 452 low and 1% low. So we could at least put the 6 into our durability to get the +1 to all attributes. And that's going to increase both our damage reduction and our health. So our health now is right at the 25 and we're 1% over on our damage reduction. So we could throw everything else into strength, but why? Let's at least get 6 into strength if we need to. Nope, we've already spent 150 points in here, so we don't need to. Deflect is not as good as defense or health. So I'm going to put all the rest of it here, which gives me more survivability. Now we're up to 37 and up to 26. What does that give us? 51.8 crit. Because we are physical. We're all physical. Critical damage is over 8,000. Brutal strike is 38.7. Brutal damage is over 4,000. And our physical damage rating is over 5,000 with a 324% base. So overall, a good ranged physical character. When I play a ranged physical character, though, I usually play Kate Bishop. There's old Rhodey himself. Okay, guys. We've got 3 to go.
I won't hesitate.
Which we'll finish
With or without you.
when I come back. Actually, if I got them all over with now, take my break a little later. Then I'll figure out what I want to do next. After the break. All right. So, strength and fighting. Which this would have told me that. Strength and fighting. Movement speed. Pretty good. I might put 50 points in. Yep. Get all my crit. Get all my brute. And set these. I've already got 150 into strength area, into the, or whatever this gem's called, power gem. So I'm going to put all of it here for the critical damage rating, or for the critical strike rating. And what did we end up with? How's our attack speed? 22, that's fine. Range crit, 59. It's a lot of crit. So we're almost 60% crit. Critical damage, over 7,000. Brutal strike, 35.5. Brutal damage, over 5,000. 316% base damage, but only 39k physical damage. 39k. 3,900. 3.9k. So we're low on physical damage, but we're high on crit and high on brutal damage rating. Well, not high, but some of them's had 0. He's got 5,000. So what he's lacking in damage, he's got a good 4 or 5% crit more than somebody else. And as soon as I throw this dagger, bam! He gets another 5% crit. So, yeah. This is another character that I've got a furry mane on that really doesn't need a furry mane on it. Plus, I've got furry manes in stash, and so that's Winter Soldier. High crit, low damage. You could come up with more damage, take away some of his crit. You could take away Tasky and find something that gives lots of damage. So if you play Winter Soldier, you can work him. You can work him. I don't particularly play Winter Soldier. Just every now and then. Hairball.
Quit wasting my time and get to it.
Shut up, Hairball. Be glad that I even pay you attention. Pay you any attention, Hairball. All right. Let's nuke my Infinity System. I'm of the I don't know the word I'm looking for. It's not adage. My attitude is, why would I play Weapon X version 1, or maybe he's even still in beta, version 0.99, when I can play X23, 23 revisions and versions later, optimized and buffed and made better. I know that's silly, but that's the way I think. Why would I not use Windows 10? Why would I use Windows 1? Or DOS 1.0? He's DOS 1.0. X23 is Windows 10. All right. Speed. Okay. He needs a little bit of speed. We'll put 50 points in here, maybe. See if that's enough. Probably not. 375? That's not too bad. Nah, it's not too good either. Let's go up to 100 points. Get my extra charge. Bloop. All right. Now we're at 395, so he's fast enough now. Get the crit. It's 13 versions later. Weapon X is 10th model. Oh, okay. You get the idea. You get the idea. Why play version when I can play a... Why would I still be on Windows 7 when I can be on Windows 10? When Windows 10 takes up less resources and is more efficient. All right. And more secure. So, his stats are durability and fighting. So, we definitely want to... We can put 6 into durability just so that we get the +1 to all attributes. Put our 150 points in and get all this stuff. But everything else should go into fighting for the critical rating, because he's plenty. Not only is he a little above my basic minimum criteria for a melee character, but he also has a healing factor. So, lots of survivability. What did we end up with? Whoa. Okay, we got to make some adjustments. His attack speed's low. Wait a minute. He doesn't get extra attack speed. I think he's an extra crit kind of guy. He gets extra crit. Yeah, let's bump his attack speed up a little bit. We can easily do that. Let's reset this mini fighting. Go over to here. Let's bump this up to 150. So we can get +1 to the attributes here. Our attack speed now is over 20. And now let's dump everything in there. I lost 2 attributes here, but I picked 2 attributes up over there. So, but I got my attack speed up where I want it. His crit, physical crit, 53. Melee crit, 54.
He's causing for show, bud.
But that's deceptive. Because he's got more crit built into his kit. So 54% crit, over 7,000, almost 8,000 critical damage, more than 40% brute. So he's going to brute a lot, but not so much brutal damage. His base damage is 364, so he's one of those with a good, decent, higher number for a base damage, and almost 5,000 physical damage resting. And again, these numbers are just to kind of briefly look at and compare, so you know kind of where you are. If you really want to know what the stats are, you have to go beat on some stuff. You have to go through your rotation once or twice and then look and see what you really are, because it all picks up when you're fighting. But I just kind of like to look at him as oh, okay, how does he compare to somebody else standing still? That one guy standing still, Thor, Jane, the Thor character, standing still stats looked horrible. But as soon as I went in and went through my rotation, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I understand. I get it. So that's Logan, or I unaffectionately call Hairball. Hairball. All right. And now several versions better. I'll make it generic. Several versions better. X23. So X is a Roman numeral for 10. I'm guessing you are implying X is Roman numeral for 10. So he was version 10. And now she's 23, which would be XXIII. Okay. Stripped completely of all of her infinity points, she's already at 47% damage reduction. And at my minimum health for a melee character. So, yeah, oops. That's not counting her healing factor. That's not counting the fact that she's darting and dashing and moving around all over the place, making it harder for her to hit. Also, not to mention the fact that the way I play her, she has a signature power that she can hit every 4 seconds, one charge, which keeps up her hidden trance, killer trance up 24/7. Yeah, she just cuts through stuff like a knife, a hot knife through butter. So we're definitely going glass cannon with her, just like we did everybody else. What kind of movement speed does she have? She's slow as Logan. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. Because we got to waste some points on... We'll put the 150 points in just like we did for Logan. She's still kind of slow, but that's okay. She's durability and speed. Yep, durability and speed. So I'll probably put some more in here. We'll see. What did it do to her attack speed? 27 already. She definitely doesn't need more attack speed, but I may bump her speed up a little bit. We'll see how she feels in a second. And let's put 6 points into durability. Just to get the +1 to all attributes. Let's see how she feels. Okay, she doesn't feel bad. Move there, move there, move there, move there, move there. That's not bad. I can put all the rest into speed, I guess. No. Speed's only going to give dodge. Durability gives both health and defense. Yeah. Oh. How much dodge does she have? 6.9. Okay, let's experiment. We have 48. Actually, we have 50 to physical damage reduction. And 6.9% dodge. If we threw everything into speed... Oops, there it is. If we threw everything left into speed, bam! That gives us our damage reduction really didn't move. Our dodge went up 0.5%. So, yeah, no. Okay. So let's throw it all into durability and see what the difference is. So if we throw the rest of it here, we're still at 50%. 6.9 again. The dodge isn't going to go up, but our health will and our damage reduction might. It might not, but you'll see it here. We probably would never see 0.5% dodge in the game. You'd never notice the 0.5% dodge. So 28k health, boom, 29k health. Our damage reduction went up 1%. So that's how I decide when I have no offensive stats and I'm ready to put the rest of my points into an attribute. If it's only defensive stats, then I compare the two. I'll stick them all in the one that I think is going to be the least, check what I get out of it, and then I throw it all into the other one, check, and confirm that I was right all along. You just don't get enough benefit from dodge from your attributes as you do from durability. It'd be so nice to pick up an extra, several dodge. I mean, true dodge, where you actually take 0 damage when a guy swings at you. But some people, that 0.5% dodge may have meant more to them than 1%. 1% damage reduction and 1k health. But I'd rather see what I'm getting. And that 0.5% dodge is something I'd probably never even notice in a game. These I notice. So, what did we end up with? Physical crit, 53.6. Not that great. Critical damage, over 8,000. so better than Hairball. Brutal Strike 35.8, not as good as Hairball. Brutal Strike rating. Her base damage seems lower than Logan's was by quite a bit. And her physical damage is almost 5k. So statistic-wise, she seems like she doesn't do as well as Logan does. But I prefer playing her. I play the triple bleed build. This causes a grievous wound. Grievous wound.
Target's scent grows weaker.
No, she's not my triple bleed build. My triple bleed build is actually Squirrel Girl. But she does all of her grievous wounds. And you pop this 5 times, and as long as you keep your rotation going, you'll have Killer Trance, which gives 10% damage bonus and 10% crit chance, is up full time. So add 10% crit chance to her already 53.6. So she's 63.6 crit full time. And add 10% more base damage. I guess that's base damage. It's a damage bonus. If it's base damage, it's okay. If it's actually a 10% bonus damage to the damage, then that's even better. But whatever, you can keep it up 24/7. Alright guys, that's the Infinity System. It's not really a review, but it's the way that I look at the Infinity System. And the way I build my characters. I build my characters to play the most difficult level content in the game before I even look at the Infinity System. I build my survivability into my kit. And then I go to the Infinity System and throw everything into damage. Attack speed, crit, brute, and base damage. It's probably not the most effective way to build a character, but it's the way I build characters. Everybody does things different. Well, some people copy, imitate, and there's nothing wrong with imitation. My rogue build is an imitation of what they came up with pre-update. Biggest update ever. She was the only character I had trouble with Cosmic Trial, because I was determined to play whatever it was I threw together. When I finally got frustrated because all my other characters were passing it on the first try, then I said, okay, how is everybody building rogue? And I went and found out they were doing the melee area teleport. Energy dot, blah, 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 blah. What I have with my rogue. And then I went back to the Cosmic Trial with my new build, and I one-shot it. So sometimes the way I do things isn't always best. I had to go get some help from somebody else before I could get rogue through the Cosmic Trial. But that was a year ago or so. Long time ago. Year and a half ago, I guess. Alright, I'm going to take my midday break. When I come back, I don't know. Over the midday break, I'll figure out what I'm going to do. We've looked at everything, I think. We looked at the whole new Infinity System update. We looked at Luke Cage and Kitty Pryde. So that's kind of it. We may be reverting back to my other account until we get some something new and different to do on this account. Maybe going back to Eternity Splinter chasing on my other account. All right. Wow. Okay. That was strange. My OBS, which is over there on that monitor, the whole screen was, the whole little picture showing me what you guys can see. Oh, you're seeing it, the flicker. You guys got the flicker too. That was interesting. All right, so Emily. Let's put on some Emily Bear at emilybear.com. And something quick. Get rid of my mug. Miss Emily Bear, and 60 frames per second, just can't keep up with her fingers and her hands. Okay. She's been playing that song since she was about 5 years old. I'll see you guys in half an hour or so. Thanks for stopping by. See you later.